Hey, good evening, everyone. Hello.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hello. Good evening. Yeah. So, how are you all?
Yes, good evening, madam.
Good evening, Shafiq. How are you?
Fine, madam. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Right. I think we can start with the classroom examples of last week, two theories. What were the two theories we discussed? Can you tell me the learning theories?
Eclectic and
I didn't get you.
I think eclectic.
Oh, this is psychology.
Sir.
This is psychology. We learned learning theories and behavioral learning theories. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
If I remember right. Okay. So, what are the classroom examples of classical conditioning and operant conditioning? Are you ready to talk about it? Hello. You have classroom examples? No. It's okay. No hard and fast rules.
As we joined late, madam, we find it somewhat to catch up, and it will take some time.
Uh-huh.
As we are
Okay,
busy.
now, right. It's okay. Then you can actually think of
Yes.
on your own, you can think of classroom examples of classical conditioning, that is association, bonding, unconditional stimulus and the unconditional response, and then neutral stimulus. It's transformed into a conditioned stimulus, the new learning. How? Through bonding or association. Classroom examples you can think of. And then when it comes to operant conditioning, you can think of types of rewards and punishments, positive and negative, the four types. And then the schedules of reinforcement. That is what we discussed. Am I right? Is that what I discussed with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm. Okay, now, then today we will talk about some other learning theories and finish it off, the theories of learning. Okay, let me open my PowerPoint. Your side also, I need actually some contribution, right? Y'all are adults, so you know it has to be discussions. It's not just joining and waiting until we finish the lecture, okay? That should be your attitude. Here, I have a word of advice for you. Now, give me a second. You need to give me a second, okay? I have got stuck there. Sorry about it, but time. Until then, that you can recall what we did last time. At least now, okay? You can think of what we did. Okay. Right. We'll now look at learning PowerPoint. Right. I'm sharing the screen. Right. We are going to look at two other theories now. I have shared the screen. You may see the Vygotsky's socio-cultural theory of learning and Bandura's social learning theory we are going to discuss first. Are you listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay. Now, Lev Vygotsky is the psychologist, educational psychologist. Okay? So Lev Vygotsky in 1970s proposed a theory of learning termed as socio-cultural theory of learning. So not like behaviorists, B.F. Skinner and Ivan Pavlov. Here, Vygotsky actually focuses on socio-cultural aspect of learning. So our learning is greatly influenced by, right? Nathang, our cognitive development is greatly influenced by our surrounding culture. Our surrounding culture. Do you agree with Lev Vygotsky? So we do a lot of learning from our surrounding. Do you agree with? Do you agree with that? Now you can look at these pictures on the screen. Here now, this family, it's a family, it seems. You can see the cross. So during meal time, they pray. So you can see the children, they are learning it from their parents. So that is their socio-cultural background. So we learn not only knowledge, but skills, attitudes, etc. We have actually discussed it in the definition, right? So you can see a greater amount of learning happens in the culture, in the community that we live in, that we are born into. So here this boy, he's born into a music family. So he's naturally learning music and from his community, from his culture. And here the third picture is a farming family. So the children learn to live with the nature, to love animals, to do farming, to enjoy it. And greater amount of learning happens in the social, cultural context that we are born into. That is why now you think parents, when you want your own children to send to a good school, you think of that school culture, no? From that school culture, they learn a lot. They learn a lot. So if your children now in Sri Lanka, they're born in other culture, they would be different, right? They would be totally a big difference can be seen in them, no? So because of that, Vygotsky highlights the fact that it's all right. Our cognition matters. Our internal mental capacities matters when it comes to learning. Our environmental behavior is said. Our response to environment matters. But Vygotsky focuses on the socio-cultural aspect of learning. So we learn a lot from our society, from our relationships, from the people that we actually deal with and live with. That is what actually Vygotsky talks about. So this is formal education we are talking about. You all are teachers in schools. It's formal education. So you have to think how this concept can be applied into the classroom learning and teaching. The same concept. So we learn from our culture, from our society, from our community. How this can be applied in formal setting in the classroom teaching and learning. That is what you have to think about. You got my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now, before coming to that, can you think of yourself, maybe your childhood, or maybe even now? Even now, I'm learning from my culture, definitely. From my workplaces, I'm learning. When I join workplace, actually, I'm learning their culture. I adapt to their culture. My personality is developed or more, kind of shaped accordingly. So it doesn't matter. It's not only children, even adults. They learn from their culture. But can you think of an incident or an experience of yours that you think that you learn it from your culture, Keller? It doesn't have to be all based subject matter, okay? Because in the definition we discuss what is learning, we learn not only knowledge, but attitudes, beliefs, skills, temperaments, and all. So can you tell me your experiences? Can you share?
Normally, when we start a meeting, madam,
කතා කරගන්න හරි අමාරුයිනේ මේගොල්ලන්ව. කොහොම හරි කතා කරවන්න ඕනේ. This is not subject matter. This is something that you can think of yourself.
yeah, when we start a meeting, we light the oil lamp. That is new to our culture. We learn, they call from the elders to until the students, they call them one by one to participate in that fun, and we learn something about the culture.
Yeah, from that
we
culture you
participate-
learn, no?
Yeah, when we participate in that event.
Yeah, very good. So others? There are 22 of you in the class. Something that you have learned as you think from your community, from your culture.
Ma'am, before I was entering to the college or College of Education,
Uta, today I don't have my earphones, so can you speak up today?
before I was entering into the College of Education,
Yeah.
I was having, when I was entering, I was having homesick. So after having entered to the college, I
Uh-huh.
got that culture.
Uh.
I got to practice for that culture because that culture was totally different from my culture in my home.
Yeah.
Working time, getting up early in the morning, dressing up, get dressed during 3 to 5 minutes. So I practiced. I used to practice that culture there because the culture that was at my home was totally different from the culture in the college. So I learned from
Okay.
the community. I learned from the community, from the seniors. I learned from them. That's one of my personal experience.
Yeah, very good. Now you're not, you're actually, you have left the college now, right? Now
Yeah,
you're
ma'am.
back at
Already.
home. So what's the
Yeah, ma'am.
influence?
I have a great influence on me. Now I can manage my time. I can manage all the 24 hours because of that practice. Because of that practice, I
Okay.
can get dressed. I can get dressed easily, quickly,
Yeah.
and I can
Yeah.
manage my time with that influence.
Very good. Very good. So thank you very much for both to both of you for sharing your experiences. So now you have to think of now our culture, our community has an impact on our learning, right? So how we can make use of this concept in the formal setup of classroom teaching and learning? That is what Lev Vygotsky talks about in this Vygotsky's socio-cultural theory of learning. Okay, so we are at that. So if we want to explain what Vygotsky said, if you really want to explain what Vygotsky said, that is how to actually make use of this concept of learning from community and culture in the classroom, we have to look at these two acronyms. What are the two acronyms you see here? MKO and ZPD. What are the two acronyms that you have to actually talk about?
MKO.
Okay,
MKO and ZPD. Right. What does this is an acronym, right? MKO stands for more knowledgeable other. MKO stands for more knowledgeable other. You have to keep that in mind. And then ZPD stands for zone of proximal development. Zone of proximal development. If you want to talk about Vygotsky's socio-cultural theory of learning, you need to use these two terms, MKO and ZPD. MKO, more knowledgeable others, ZPD, zone of proximal development. Right. MKO, more knowledgeable other. ZPD, zone of proximal development. Now here, according to Vygotsky's socio-cultural learning theory, cognitive development or learning occurs in a socio-cultural context that influences the form it takes. Most of a child's cognitive skills evolve from social interactions. So very important, the social interactions the child has with the parents, with the teachers, with the peers, and with the more competent associates or more knowledgeable others. More knowledgeable others. That is very important. So in the classroom also you have to make it present. More knowledgeable others. And get the student to interact with them. Get the student to interact with them. That is the concept in this, right? So according to Lev Vygotsky, we learn a lot from our community. We interact with the more knowledgeable others in our community, maybe parents, teachers, neighbors, friends, peers, and all that. They're more knowledgeable others. So the same concept in the classroom, you have to get your students interact. That means work with, right? You have to get your students interact or work with more knowledgeable others or MKOs. Who are the more knowledgeable others in the class, in the classroom? Who are the more knowledgeable others in the classroom? Is it only the teacher?
Sometimes the gifted children.
Gifted ones, gifted
Yeah.
peer.
Yes, you don't have to think in terms of gifted all the time, because there can be one student who is very good in language. There can be another student who is good in mathematics. There can be another student, he is not good in mathematics, language, or anything, but he is good in drawing. There can be another student good at nothing, a simpleton, but he is good at helping others, right? Helping others. So you use of all these skills, attitudes, and knowledge in the classroom. So don't think only in terms of gifted, okay? So all the others are more knowledgeable others in different ways, So say now, what you have to do is this. Now, zone of proximal development is, now you have the student, right? You have to get the student to learn. I can do this by myself. Look at the green circle. This is what the student can do on its own, Taniyama. This is what this much can be done on its own. But if you get the learner to work with more knowledgeable others, if you get the learner, individual student here, to work with others, more knowledgeable others, MKOs, he can do this much, the larger one. So what do you want to happen? You want your students to perform individually and learn only the green circle? Or you want them to actually work with more knowledgeable others and learn more? What do you really want to happen?
With more knowledgeable
Work with
More.
others.
learning.
Okay. So let them interact with more knowledgeable others in the classroom community. It can be other students, it can be teacher and all that. So if they actually get a chance to interact with the more knowledgeable others, they can actually do this much. The gap between what they can do on their own and what they can do with the more knowledgeable other. This part. This is what they can do on their own, and this is what they can do with the more knowledgeable other. The gap from here to here, the gap between what they can do on their own and what they can do with the more knowledgeable other is termed as the zone of proximal development. Zone of proximal development. So the teachers want the students to explore the zone of proximal development. How can you get them to explore this zone of proximal development? By actually pairing them up with the more knowledgeable other, by getting them to interact with the more knowledgeable other. How are you going to get them to interact with the more knowledgeable other? You're going to scaffold. Scaffold කියලා කියන්නේ ඉනිමගක් කරන උදව් කරනවා help. ඉනිමගක් තියනවා කියන එක scaffolder කියලා කියන්නේ I need a scaffolder කියලා කියන්නේ. So it's something to go up. So you give little help for them to actually go up. That means to explore the zone of proximal development. How can you scaffold? You have to actually get them to interact with more knowledgeable others. So Vygotsky actually emphasizes on the fact that giving them pair work, group work is a must in the class. Giving them pair work, group work is a must in the class. So in your methodology class that you will learn what kind of grouping can be done, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages of grouping, right? That is no problem, right? What are the advantages? ඒක separately හිතන්න තියෙන එකක් methodology. Here you have to know, according to Vygotsky, the classroom should be a kind of a place where the students get the opportunity to interact with more knowledgeable others. So this more knowledgeable other doesn't have to be the teacher only, doesn't have to be the gifted children only. Each and every child has their own strengths. Each and every child has their own weaknesses. Teacher has a very good understanding. So you will pair them up with different abilities. Different abilities. Somebody who is not good in language, not good in mathematics, not good in science, might be very creative. So in that group, that student is very helpful for the others, right? They will learn creativity, artistic knack from that student. And that particular student will learn some language, learn some mathematics from the others. So because you get them to interact with each other and to explore zone of proximal development. Is it clear to you?
Yes, ma'am.
That is about Vygotsky's socio-cultural perspective. But you don't have to think, just because of Vygotsky, you don't need to think of classical conditioning. You have to disregard operant conditioning and the theories that we are going to discuss after this. No, you go eclectic. That means you draw elements from this theory, that theory, and combine them in the class. Okay, that is how you are going to be professional teacher and eclectic teacher. Okay, so after that, now here you can say MKO, more knowledgeable other. Guidance from a knowledgeable person. Scaffolding, you call it. What is known, what is not known, or new skill. So the more knowledgeable other, anyone who has a better understanding or a higher ability level than the learner. Parent, coach, teacher, sibling, and classroom peers. Peers means the friends, peers. And that particular interaction that you create in the class with the more knowledgeable other is scaffolding. You're supporting help, right? So what is Vygotsky's scaffolding? Vygotsky defines scaffolding instruction as the role of teachers and others in supporting the learner's development and providing support structures to get that next stage or level. That is to actually explore the zone of proximal development. If they do it on their own little learning, if they work with others, interact with more knowledgeable others, they can explore the zone of proximal development. It's more learning. So each and every lesson that you will give that opportunity through pair work, group work that you give them. Okay, it's a must. Right. So zone of can you read this? What is zone of proximal development? Can one of you read? Can one of you read? What is zone of proximal development? You can see it on the slide.
The zone of proximal development refers to the difference between what a learner can do without help and what he or she can achieve with guidance and encouragement from a skilled partner.
Very good. Thank you. Next one, the more knowledgeable other. Can you read? Nobody is there to read?
The more knowledgeable other is somewhat self-explanatory. It refers to someone who has a better understanding or a higher ability level than the learner with respect to a particular task, process, or concept.
Concept. So it's not always everything that they know. Like a teacher, no. With regard to actually preparing a book cover. Maybe the class last lamaya tamai ikkada last daksha. Okay. And it's actually playing a musical instrument, the flute. She or he may not be the class first, right? That is where that particular task or process or concept, she or he has the higher ability. So you're getting them to work with them and then learn from each other. Very good. Now social interaction, because that is how learning happens, through the interaction with the more knowledgeable other, right? So can you read social interaction?
Social interaction, according to Vygotsky, much important learning by the child occurs through social interaction with the skillful tutor. The tutor may model behavior and or provide verbal interaction for the child. Vygotsky refers to this as cooperative or collaborative dialogue.
Then scaffolding.
Scaffolding consists of the activities provided by the educator or more competent peer to support the student as he or she is led through the zone of proximal development.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. So this is about Vygotsky. So now you have learned about Vygotsky's sociocultural learning theory. So because of that, definitely your classroom will have lots of group work and pair work. You will not believe in individual work. Am I right? You will give them the maximum opportunity to interact with each other. As a teacher who knows educational psychology. So that is about Vygotsky. Now let's see Bandura. Can you see this slide? Albert Bandura. Lamai?
Yes,
Did you see this slide? Okay. Now the next theory. Now we did Ivan Pavlov's classical conditioning. B.F. Skinner's operant, Lev Vygotsky's socio-cultural learning theory. Now we are looking at Bandura's social learning theory. Bandura's social learning theory. Okay, it's all right, dear Shafiq. Okay, and then Bandura's social learning theory. That is also very useful theory, right? It's a combination of social aspect and cognitive aspect. Both are coming together, right? Both are coming together. So according to Albert Bandura, right? We learn by observing others. We learn by observing others. So he talks about observational learning. Albert Bandura talks about observational learning. That means we individuals learn by observing others, right? So because of that, Albert Bandura in his social learning theory talks about observational learning. So he emphasizes the importance of observing and modeling the behaviors. Now, for example, if you say, if we engage in observational learning, that means we observe others and learn. So what we observe, right, they become models. They become models. So if you want to apply this Bandura's social learning theory into the classroom teaching and learning, classroom or the school is a place that the students can engage in observational learning as well. And the school should provide them with the models to observe. Right? What we observe, if I observe you, you're my model, no? Role model. You become. So to engage in observational learning, there should be models as well. So when it comes to Albert Bandura, he talks about observational learning. What do we observe? The models, the modeling, the behaviors, attitudes, and the emotional reactions of others. Not only knowledge, no, but skills and attitudes, no? Okay. So because of that, that observational learning can be actually practiced in the school and the classroom as well. So a good school will actually take this concept into consideration. A good teacher will take this concept into consideration. Okay. So you don't have to think it's always cognition. It's always attention, paying attention and all that. No, this kind of learning also happens. And we have to actually facilitate observational learning in the school, in the classroom. So you have to get the learner to observe good behaviors, good attitudes, good emotional reactions of others, and get them to actually observe them, and what they observe, they become models. Okay, that is the most important theory of aspect of Bandura's social learning theory. Social learning theory focuses on the learning that occurs within a context. So the school is a society, classroom is a society. In that society, you have models. So you observe the models and you learn behaviors, attitudes, emotions, and emotional reactions. That is the role of the teacher. Make models available for the students to learn through observation. That is one of the roles of the teacher. You just don't have to think, I can just walk into the class, go and talk and come back. No, this is how a very good professional teacher organizes classroom learning and teaching. You know, through observational learning also, a considerable amount of learning can happen. Maybe learning of behaviors, attitudes, emotional reactions, skills and all that, okay? So teacher has to make these models available in the class, in the school, for them to observe and learn. That is what it is said. So he stressed the importance of observational learning, imitation and modeling. Okay, right. Let's see whether this is very effective in the classroom. Right. Now, if you really want to talk about Bandura's observational learning, right? We have talked about the Bobo doll experiment. He conducted an experiment over and over in order to formulate this theory. That research he did, or the experiment he did, was the Bobo doll experiment. This is the story, okay, like that dog story, the rat story, here the Bobo doll story. This is what he actually got, right? Same level, same class, same age, right? And he put those students into two sets. Apikina, one is experimental group, the other one is control group. But forget about that. He put them into two groups. Okay. And he showed one group some videos they can watch violence. And the other group, he did not show them any violence through the videos. They were controlled. But the experimental group, that group was given some videos to see, and they had violence, right? Aggressive behaviors were shown in the videos. And then after some time, after showing them some videos over a period of time, Bandura got all the groups together and gave them Bobo dolls. And Bandura wanted to see what they are going to do now. Now the group who was in the experimental group, who saw violence in the videos that they watched, they reacted to the Bobo dolls in a very violent manner, in a very aggressive manner, and breaking them into pieces and throwing them here and there and all that. But the group who were not shown any violence or videos, those who were in the control group, they started actually playing lullaby and hugging them and playing mother and daughter and all that. So it was very obvious that the videos that their students watched, those children watched, they had a big impact on their behaviors, on their reactions to others. They have learned from those videos, because in the definition we learn not only good thing, but wrong things as well, right? So they have learned it. So they reacted accordingly to the Bobo dolls. But those who did not see any violence, they actually started playing and hugging and playing mother and daughter like that. So what's the kind of, he did it repeatedly and then learned that we observe others, they become models, and our behaviors change accordingly. So the same thing can be applied in the class. Same thing can be applied in the class according to Albert Bandura. Okay. So Albert Bandura says, now if the teacher wants the students to learn by observational learning, there should be models available in the class or the school. So he speaks about 3 types of models that you can make available in school or classroom. What are the 3 types of models that you can make available in the class? Live model, verbal instructional model, symbolic model. Can you read the 3? What are the 3 types of models that you can make available in school or class for the students to observe and learn?
Live model.
Live model, verbal instructional model.
Symbolic model.
Yeah, symbolic model. So what is this? What is a live model? Involves an actual individual demonstrating or acting out a behavior. So the teacher can be a live model. Another student or a group of students in the class can be a live model. A parent can be a live model. The principal can be a live model. And the teacher can be a live model. A senior student can be a live model. Okay. So the teacher is very neat, very systematic. The teacher is punctual. Students observe the teacher and learn it from the teacher. Right? There can be a student who does homework every day. So the students observe it, and then there's a possibility that the students observe that behavior and learn from it. So they are all live models. Okay. So we also have learned a lot of things through observational learning, live models. Sometimes the way you dress up. Sometimes the way you dress up. That you have some role model. You have seen how he or she dressed up and you want to actually imitate. And then it's a live model, right? Okay. And then the second type of model available is a verbal instructional model. Involves descriptions and explanations of a behavior. Teachers give these advices and explanations and instructions a lot in the class. So verbal instructional models are always available. So you every day, sometimes first period, 5 minutes are taken and they are given instructions. They are given the descriptions of good behaviors. You talk about Mother Teresa, you talk about father of non-violence, like that. This is actually verbal instructional model. You tell them how to do that, what to do, what not to do. Verbal instructional model. Sometimes during assembly also this happens in schools. Now the third type of model is the symbolic model. Symbolic model involves real or fictional characters displaying behaviors in books, films, television programs, or online media. They are symbolic models. Robin Hood is a symbolic model, right? He is a robber, but he helped the poor. So Robin Hood actually is a symbolic model. බිය නොවන්න මෑණියනි මැරෙන හැටි මා පෙන්වමි. කවුද එහෙම කිව්වේ?
Madhva Bandar.
Yeah,
Madhuma
that is a
Bandara.
symbolic model of bravery. Symbolic model of bravery. Okay. So if you are a good teacher who is a professional who knows the concepts in psychology, sociology, philosophy, and methodology, so you will always make sure you make these 3 types of models available in classroom and school. Live model, verbal instructional model, or symbolic models. Right, let's see. It's not as simple as that because we actually see a lot of things. There are a lot of models that we can observe, but it will not actually transform into 100%. It's not transformed into a learning. Am I right? Sometimes you actually admire a model who wears beautiful clothes, but though you admire that, you will not actually imitate it and you will start wearing as she wears, right? And there can be some students, those who actually do very well in studies in the class. Each and every class has, but not that every one of your class take him as a model and do the same. It hardly happens. So what? So Albert Bandura says, if this observational learning and modeling, right? If this observational learning through the models is to happen or is to take place, there is a process of observational learning. 4 important factors are there. 4 important contributing factors are there. If these 4 important contributing factors actually are made, actually, if the learner go through these 4 important factors only, that observational learning will happen. Otherwise, just because that there are models to observe, observational learning will not happen. It happens to us also. Now you can think of simple classroom example. Each and every class has very good students, those who perform very well in their studies. Class first, second, and third maybe. But not that everyone is going to take him as a model and then do the same. No. Why? According to Albert Bandura, it has to go through a process. If this process doesn't happen, if this is not to take place, that observational learning will not happen just because that the live models or instructional, verbal instructional models or symbolic models are present in the school. So what is this process? This process has 4 stages. What are the 4 stages? Attention, retention, reproduction, and motivation. attention, retention, reproduction, and motivation. So the first thing is, there are models, but if they don't pay attention, they will not learn, they will through observation. Now, for example, you have a student who is very good in everything and he comes to school every day and he does homework every day on regular basis. That is a model, live model. But if the other students do not pay attention, observation learning will not take place. So it's the teacher's responsibility. If there is good model available, verbal or live or symbolic, get this other students to pay attention to it. Get the other students to pay attention to it. So how can you get them to pay attention? Students, you look at this boy, he is very good, he does homework like another name. You can actually motivate that boy by giving him red stars, praising him, giving him extra responsibilities, admiring him for his good work and all that. You get the other students to pay attention to it. Otherwise, they will not pay attention to this model. Got it? Did you get that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So then come to the second stage. Just because the attention is paid, it's not going to happen, observation and learn. Once attention paid, there should be retention also. That they should remember the model. What the model did, how the model reacted and all that, they should retain that information. So for that, time to time, not that today you tell them, see, this boy is really good and he actually does homework every day, that is all. You get them to pay attention, that's all. No, your learners will forget about it. So you have to have a plan to get them to retain that information in them. So time to time. So you can make use of this operant conditioning here, right? Time to time that you're going to actually get them to remember this. Remind what actually the models do. So retention will be there. And then the third stage is reproduction. Now suppose reproduction means the student should have the ability to reproduce it. Students should have the ability to reproduce it also. That is the cognitive part. What does it mean? Now suppose you have a student in the class. He comes to school on regular basis and does homework on regular basis. So it's a live model. So time to time that you actually praise the child, get the others to pay attention, time to time, so it is retained also. And now there is another student in the class. So you have to get them to reproduce this behavior, no? Or the skill or whatever, no? But that particular child, right? Attention has happened, retention has happened, but that particular child is from a broken family. And father is a drunkard and mother has gone abroad. And the child has to cook and comfort the younger sister and the grandma. Even though the child has gone through attention and retention, reproduction of the behavior will be a difficulty for him. Because when money is not there, when father is troublesome, when Archie is sick, he can't come to school. After going home, he has no time to do homework. He has a lot of housework. So reproduction is not possible with that student. So then observational learning will not happen. But there will be some, those who can reproduce. Now, so for example, you have a student in the class. He is very nice in his handwriting. So you get them to pay attention, retention, time to time, you actually get them to pay attention. And reproduction, the students now start writing nicely, neatly, because teacher recognizes the model. So the students start reproduction. But there can be a student who has some physical ailment, right? Because of that, he's very slow. Maybe he's mentally retarded. He can't actually reproduce that behavior that he has been observing. So they are stopped the observational learning. It will not happen. And once it is reproduced also, there's another important element stage, motivation. So all these can happen, attention, retention, reproduction, but the child is not motivated to actually engage in observational learning. For example, there can be a student who is singing nicely. So you want others also to join the choir and sing. And reproduction also possible because he sings somewhat. But his motivation is not to sing, but to dance. So he lacks motivation, so observational learning will not happen. So make sure, so if you really want some learning to take place through observational learning, as actually proposed by Albert Bandura, you have to make sure that the models are made available, live, verbal, instructional, and symbolic. And this other students are actually going through the 4 stages of observational learning, namely attention, retention, reproduction, and motivation. If all the 4 stages are not actually gone through, that observational learning will not happen. It will not take place. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am.
ඔගලට මං කියනව තේරෙනවද? You are a very silent class. I really don't know whether you all understand.
We can understand, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes,
We
You
can understand, ma'am.
no?
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
okay. Okay. Then we will have another look at, there's another theory called, that is nothing new in that. We'll have a look at that now. Gagne's 9 events of instruction. Gagne's information processing theory. Now, Gagne, right? Now you can see this slide, no? No. Can you see this slide?
yes,
Gagne, information processing theory, right? This
Now
is
we can.
also a learning theory, okay? The mayor, Gagne. Gagne is the name of the psychologist because psychology is full of names of psychologists and theories. So you have to keep them in mind. That's the beauty of psychology, okay? So හැමදාම regular basis පාඩම් කෙරුවේ නැත්නම් ඔක්කොම mix up එකක්. At the first day itself, I told you. So that's the beauty of this subject. But you will actually go mad if you are not to do regular studies. Because all theories, all terminology, all names of the psychologists that you have to keep in mind. Okay. So that, but I think as a teacher that you should know, possess this knowledge, Kela. Okay. So now we are talking about another learning theory by Gagne. Gagne's information processing theory. There's nothing new actually. So you don't have to worry much about it because information processing theory of Robert Gagne, right? It is actually based on this, the stage model of memory that we discussed. So he's a cognitive psychologist now. So learning is a matter of our internal mental capacities. So sensations, perceptions, attention, memory, committing them to the long-term memory, that is what actually Gagne is talking about when it comes to learning. So this is not something new to you. Am I right? internal
Yes, ma'am.
mental capacities of learning. That is what he focuses on, right? Our internal mental capacities of learning. That is what he focuses on. So I'm not going to repeat this. This is discussing memory, in cognition, right? Okay. So sensations, perceptions, attention, short-term memory and long-term memory. That's a matter of cognition. Learning is a matter of cognition. So learning is a matter of internal mental capacities, the cognitive processes, right? That is what Gagny believes. So accordingly, Gagny talks about 9 events of instruction. How many events?
9.
9 events. 9 events of instruction. So Gagny says learning happens because of internal mental capacities, starting from sensation and perception, and then committing it to the long-term memory and retrieving them for problem-solving, creativity, and imagination. That is what Gagny actually based his theory of information processing theory of learning. And accordingly, he proposes 9 events that should take place in the classroom, learning and teaching. 9 things, 9 events that should take place in the teaching and learning process. So starting with, no, attention is not paid, it's not committed to memory. So Gagny says the main focus of the teacher and the first event that should take place in the learning teaching process in the classroom should be gaining attention of the student. Pick the learner's interest. So how to gain attention? We have discussed. You can raise your voice, you can ask a question, you can show them a picture, you can recall their prior knowledge, you can show them a video, you can sing a song, whatever. You have to make sure that you start your lesson with attention gaining strategy, according to Gagny, because attention is not paid, nothing is perceived. You know that, okay? So the second event is informing learners of objectives, specific objectives of the lesson. That means what they are supposed to learn today. That is also discussing cognition. Figure and ground. Figure is what they are supposed to learn. Ground is there to facilitate what they're supposed to learn. But you have to tell the students, this is the figure. This is what you're supposed to do at the end of the lesson. You should be able to name 5 domestic animals and draw them. That is what you're supposed to do at the end of the lesson. That is informing the learner about the objective of the lesson so they can focus on that. They can pay attention to the figure, not to the ground. Is it clear to you? They are connected to cognition. Is it clear?
Yes, madam.
Do you do these things in the class? That's what I'm asking. Do you do these things in the class? Definitely
Yes,
you
madam,
have
we
to.
do it.
Yeah, definitely. In your simple words that you can tell them. Today I want you to learn I want you to label the parts of a tree, and I want you to learn 2 functions of each part of the tree. Then they know what to focus. Figure is the skill they know. Your students can focus on what they're supposed to learn. So the second important event is that you have to inform the learner about the specific objectives of the lesson. That means what the students will be able to do at the end of the lesson. They should know at the outset itself. Okay, right. Now the third event, stimulating recall of prior learning. Ask questions to call upon what they already know. So this is cognitive psychologists. They don't think that the students are empty vessels. They think students have prior knowledge. Students have prior knowledge. Knowledge of the world, knowledge of the subject, knowledge of the language. They have prior knowledge. So what is relevant to the today's lesson? what is relevant to the understanding of today's lesson, a good teacher will recall that relevant part. Then they can easily learn from known to unknown. What they already know, that is recalled, and they can learn, start constructing new knowledge, making use of what they already know. So according to Gagny, the third event is stimulating or recalling the prior learning, ask questions to call upon what they already know. I give you an example. හැමෝම දන්නවනේ English language එක. හරි. Now today, you want them to actually learn simple present tense, how to form the verb in simple present tense. So you know they have to know their S form and base form. So S form and base form of the verb, it's done in the previous grade. So you actually, it is needed because if it is he or she or it, they have to use the S form. So the rules of forming S form, S the, yes the, Katvayana, yes the, Hemakyala. They have learned it in the previous grade. So you're going to recall it, what they know it, and it's helpful for the today's lesson as the third event in the Gagny's 9 events of learning. They're not empty vessels. What they already know with regard to knowledge, world and language, you're going to recall it because it facilitates the learning. Got it or you don't got it? You don't get. තේරුණාද නැද්ද?
Up to 3 points. Okay.
Speak up, Puta, I can't hear you.
It's
Shakti,
okay,
can
ma'am.
you
No.
high and speak up?
Now, we had been talking about 3 points.
Yeah, only 3. We have to discuss, yeah. Up to those 3 points that you are now, if you're using this Gagny's 9 events based on cognitive psychology, learning is a matter of our internal mental capacities from sensation, perception to problem solving, creativity and logical thinking. So you will be a teacher who will actually make all these events happen in the classroom. That is what in your teaching and learning. Okay. So first thing is you will gain their attention. Then you will inform the students about what they will be able to do at the end of the lesson. And then you will recall the prior knowledge that they have, which will be helpful and relevant in understanding today's lesson. Now the fourth one. Fourth one, the teacher presenting the stimulus. Presenting the stimulus, the teacher presents the today's lesson to the students. Teacher present this today's lesson to the students. That is the fourth event. And the fifth one, providing learning guidance. Teacher is not going to actually, if you are using Gagny's 9 events, teacher is going to actually be the facilitator or the guide. So the teacher will guide learning by giving them activities, by asking questions. Teacher provides learner guidance. Okay, allow teacher facilitate students practice activities, question and answers like that. The teacher will elicit the performance that after getting the students to do activities, teacher gets them to actually present their answers to the class and elicit. Teacher elicits the performance. Teacher gets them to actually answer the questions, present the answers to the class, the activities that they have done to the class, eliciting performance. Then teacher has to provide feedback. So learner should know whether they actually have done it right or wrong. So teacher is supposed to give feedback. So it's not, some parts are wrong that you have to correct them through feedback. And then teacher should assess the performance of the learner. Evaluate learner on their knowledge of what was taught. It's not every day that you are giving them a test. Informal evaluation. You will ask them what they are supposed to learn, main points. You will ask questions from them and see whether they have learned it or not. That is, assess the performance, whether they have learned it or not. So it's not always giving them a test, maybe by asking some questions, by looking at the activity that they have done. So you can actually see whether they have learned it or not. And then number 9 is enhancing retention and transfer. To enhance retention and transfer to the long-term memory, you have to give them a lot of practice activities, rehearsal activities. So you give them homework, right? What they learn, they can make use of them and do something at home. Maybe you taught them the water cycle in the class and you ask them go home and prepare a poster on the water cycle. You taught them some grammar and get them to go home and do some other activity using that grammar knowledge. So that is for enhancing retention and transfer to the long-term memory. So if you are driven by Gagne's 9 events of learning, Gagne is a cognitive psychologist. So for Gagne, learning is a matter of our internal mental capacities or the cognitive processes of sensation, perception, attention, memory, problem solving, critical thinking, creativity. So he says that any teacher who believes in Gagne will conduct his or her lesson by actually presenting these 9 events of instruction in the classroom. So the events are gaining attention, informing learners of the objective of the lesson, stimulating or recalling prior knowledge, presenting the stimulus or the today's lesson, providing learner guidance, eliciting performance, giving them feedback, assessing performance, and enhancing retention and transfer by giving them some more activities, application activities. Got it or didn't get that?
It's clear, madam.
Sorry?
It's very clear.
Yeah. So now there's no point in actually talking about these theories. I really want you to actually think of classroom examples. In my discussion, I give you classroom examples, right? Now, but you have to think of a classroom example, how we are going to incorporate all these theories, some elements, not everything. You draw some elements from these and that and combine them and go eclectic in the class. Very important for a professional teacher. Okay. I want to see your performance. So when I give you work, you don't do, no. That's the problem, no. Can I have a look at the class and ask why you're not doing the homework I want you to do? Is it because that you don't understand, or what's the reason for not doing some very simple thing, no? An example of a positive reinforcement in the class. An example of a negative reinforcement in the class. That is what I wanted you to do. But you're not doing, no? Can you tell me why? What's the difficulty? Can you open up?
Up to
You have to be serious, eh, mother?
no, madam. Up to now, of course, I couldn't cover up all the things that
You
you
are
have.
a late comer, no? Yes.
Yeah,
You
that's
joined
why.
late.
I am not aware as what is to be done and still getting learning.
Others,
And
girls, ladies,
I will try to cover up.
ladies. නැත්තම් ගොඩක් අපි කතා කරනවා එකක්වත් ප්‍රයෝජන වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේද? That's a problem. So can you make it next day that you're all very particular that you do something and bring class to the class, Kayla? Hello.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm also new.
Speak up, Putte, louder.
I'm also new to the class, ma'am. I think I have joined 4 lessons still. So actually still
But last week now, you were there last week now. What I gave you last week, you could have done, no?
yeah, ma'am. But exactly, I don't know, that is our weakness. But
Yeah.
anyhow,
That is yes, Pute. This is a word of advice. You may not like it, but you're adults. I really want you to think that joining online and passing exams and getting a certificate is not the sole purpose of this. Kela, you have to think,
of course.
right? So set aside some time to do your studies as well. I know you may be having kids, family, job, and this studying also. අපි කියනවානේ නමුත් we live in an open education system. Open education system එකක ඉන්න හින්දා තමයි අද ඔයාලා මේ degree එක කරන්නේ in a private campus, a foreign degree, right? හැබැයි ඒකේ තියෙනවා good and bad both. So there will be lots of people with qualifications, but they actually just have the qualification. So you have to stand out. How can you stand out? You have to take this up very seriously. Otherwise, now in no time, everybody is actually qualified. එහෙම වෙනකොට open education එකේ you have to develop not only knowledge but skills and attitudes as well. You have to stand out. ඒ threat එක ඔයගලන්ට තියෙනවා. අපේ කාලේම නෙමෙයි. අපේ කාලේ එක open නැහැ. ඒ නිසා ආණ්ඩුවේ තැනක කරුත් විතරයි. හැබැයි කරාම අපිට පුළුවන් වුණත් බැරි වුණත් we are safe. Because less numbers. You get my point, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes.
That is my word of advice. So හැමදාම මම හිතනවා time එකක් වෙන් කර ගන්න because අපි ඉන්න open අපි කියනවා දැන් අපි ඉන්න society එක මොන society එකක්ද? What's the society we live in? This is deviating from the lesson, but I'm giving you some motivation, right? What's the society we live in? The present society. How do you term it? අපේ තිබුණ stone age තිබුණ agricultural society තිබුණ ඊපස්සේ industrial society කියලා තිබුණා. දැන් මේ මොන society එකද තියෙන්නේ? One of you please. We live in a knowledge society. අපි දැන් ඉන්නේ knowledge society එකක. හරිද? ඔයාලා දන්නවද knowledge society එකක තියෙන ලොකුම feature එක මොකක්ද කියලා? Right. You have to learn and you have to work.
Is a human society?
Yeah, learn and live. All the four should happen parallelly. Work, earn, learn and live. Work, earn, learn and live. All the four should happen parallelly. ඒ කාලේම නෙවෙයි ඉගෙනගෙන ඉවර වෙලා you get married. After that you don't think of doing your studies. But now it's not like that. Because why? In the knowledge society, learning is lifelong. You can't stop. If you stop, you are obsolete. There will be battalions to go passing you. The moment you stop, you are obsolete. That is knowledge society. So you have to engage in continuing lifelong learning. So to become a lifelong learner, you have to actually do multitasking. Work, earn, learn, and live. All the four should happen together at the same time. So it's a little bit of work. So ඒකෙන් ගන්න කියලා මං කියන්නේ කොච්චර busy වුණත් පොඩි කාලයක් වෙන් කර ගන්න ඔයාලගේ studies කරලා homework ටිකක් කරලා විනාඩි 5ක් 10ක් spend කරා නම් ඒ වැඩේ කරගෙන තිබුණා.
මැඩම් තව එක ගන්න තියෙනවා. මම මේ සර්ට නම් එක කිව්වානේ මැඩම් මම මේ NI එකේ 4 years degree එක කරන ගමන් තමයි පස්සේ තමයි මට මේ top up එක ලැබුණේ අපේ මිස් කෙනෙක්ගේ. ඉතින් ඒකේ exams තියෙනවා මෑම් මාර්ච් වල. ටිකක් ඒකට ඒක සිංහල medium යන්නේ. So ඒකට ready වෙනවා.
So NI එකේ B.Ed එකක් නේද?
ඒක B.Ed එකක් ඒක 4 years තියෙන්නේ මෑම්. ඉතින් අපි දන්නේ නැහැ අපේ තත්ත්වෙත් එක්ක අපිට ඒක කම්ප්ලීට් කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
Yeah.
ඉතින්
That
ඒක
is
නිසා
true.
තමයි මේ අපේ ටීචර් කෙනෙක් මේක කම්ප්ලීට් කරා මෑම් මේ අනිත් මේ ප්‍රීවියස් ඉයර් එකේ.
Yeah.
එතකොට she has informed me to do that
Yeah,
likewise.
yeah, I know you have all your excuses, but it's a word of advice, okay? ඉතින් හොඳට
Definitely,
කරගන්න කියන එක තමයි මම
Excuse
කියන්නේ.
me, ma'am.
Yeah.
I
Excuse me, ma'am.
agree
I think I have
everything,
missed that
ma'am.
discussion.
But please let us give excuse. But in soon as possible, we will do everything, ma'am.
Yeah, be on track, okay? Right. Now, a word of advice, don't have any ill feelings about it because it's our duty to show you, right? You have to take this up very seriously, කියන එකත්, right? එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මේකේ ප්‍රයෝජනයක් තියෙන්නේ. ඒක නිසා. So it's okay. I understand you as well, but it's a word of advice as well. You timeline එකක් වගේ හදාගන්න නිකන් අර time table එකක් වගේ එකක් හදාගන්න. ඒ වගේ එකක් කරන්න. So your
Excuse me, ma'am.
own children will be happy. My mom is also studying like this. They will also follow you. You can be a model to your students, your own children, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to actually now talk to you about, no, I have discussed all the learning theories now. So tell me, what are the learning theories we discussed? Just the names, Kiana Barana, the first take. What's the first one? What's the first theory?
Theory of classical conditioning.
Yeah, classical conditioning by Ivan Pavlov. Next, we learn
Operant conditioning.
yeah, operant conditioning by B.F. Skinner. Then after that, Vygotsky, then Vygotsky's socio-cultural theory of learning. Then we learned yeah, social learning theory of Albert Bandura. Observational learning and the modeling, the 3 types of models and the process in 4 stages: attention, retention, reproduction, and motivation. Then after that, Gagne's information processing theory of learning. They are the 9 events. Okay. Then ඕකලෝ එකක්වත් I'm all Gagne, I'm all Ivan Pavlov. No, you're going to be eclectic. Draw elements from here and there as it's appropriate in your class, and then organize, plan your learning and teaching. කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. Okay. Now, I want you to look at these questions I'm sharing on learning. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Define the term learning. Who can do that quickly? Define the term learning. Whose definition we looked at? Whose definition we looked at? Woolfolk's. So Wolf, educational psychologists say it's very difficult to define learning. Because of that, Woolfolk's say, right, look at what learning is not about, and then you will understand what learning is better. So for that, the 4 knots. What are the 4 knots? Can you remember?
Learning is not always limited to knowledge. Learning happens not only in the classroom.
Yeah.
Learning is not always intentional. They will learn what is not intended to learn also.
We learn not only the right things. Am I right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So එතකොට අනිත් පැත්ත කියන්න ඕනේ. Learning, we learn not only knowledge. එහෙනම් මොකද it means we learn skills and attitudes කියලා add කරන්න ඕනේ. Learning is not always intentional. It means that we learn what is not meant to be learned as well. The figure ground එකේ එතනට යන්නේ. අන්න ඒ වගේ එක explain කරන්න. You're
Ma'am?
good. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Can't we give a definition for learning like this? Learning is the process of acquiring new knowledge, skills, attitudes, values, like that.
Yeah. You can form your own definition. Right? But ඒකට limited නේ. ඒකයි කියන්නේ there's no the learning, the definition කියලා. If you එයා කිව්වොත් එහෙම learning is acquiring knowledge, attitudes, skills and all කියලා. අර it's not intentional, it's not always the right thing. ඒවා missing. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, එක explanation එකකට දාන්න. අර nots වල explanation එකකට දාන්න. So you have a better understanding and a better definition of learning කියන එකයි කියන්නේ. Otherwise it's correct. Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
you're correct.
Right. Thank
So
you,
the
ma'am.
second one, name 2 behavioral learning theories.
Classical conditioning,
Classical conditioning, operant
operant
conditioning.
Operant
අයියෙන්
conditioning.
කතා කරන්න classical conditioning and operant
operant
conditioning. Now look at the third one. What do the following acronyms stand for and what are they in Pavlov's experiment?
unconditional
UCS
Unconditional stimulus.
unconditioned stimulus. මොකක්ද food platter. Then
unconditional
Unconditional
reinforcement
response.
response,
yeah,
salivation,
the food platter. NS,
Neutral stimulus.
yeah.
sound of the
Conditioned
What is the neutral stimulus in the
bell
study?
sound,
The sound of the
Sound
bell.
of the bell.
Ah.
conditional
Yes,
stimulus,
Conditioned stimulus, not
stimulus.
conditional. Conditioned
Condition-
stimulus,
sound of food and
the sound of the bell. What is the conditioned response? Salivating to the sound of the bell. Okay. ඊට අමතරව අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තා extinction and acquisition කියන එක. Acquisition කියලා කියන්නේ transforming the neutral stimulus into a conditioned stimulus through the bonding of neutral stimulus with the unconditioned stimulus. Right? What is extinction? Extinction is the gradual decrease of the conditioned stimulus as there is no bonding of character. Right. කවුද සිදු කියන්නේ? Number 4. Can you look at this? Can one of you read it?
Arun shows no interest in mathematics, but he likes being in group A. How can you apply the notion of classical conditioning to bring about new learning or behavior? In that, what are the following? UCS, UCR, what are they?
What is the unconditioned stimulus there? Group A. What is the unconditioned response? Arun's liking to work in group A. What is the neutral stimulus? Mathematics. What is the unconditioned stimulus? Group A. What is the conditioned stimulus? Mathematics. What is the conditioned response? Arun's liking to learn mathematics. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 5, can you read?
What term is given to the finding that the response is reduced if it is no longer
Strengthen. What is the term given? Just now I told you. Hello.
to the finding that the response is
Extinction. මොකද්ද?
extinction.
Extinction. Number 6 ඔයාලට කරන්න බෑ. I didn't discuss that. Number 7. Can you read?
How does learning take place according to operant
Operant
condition?
conditioning. කොහොමද?
Through reward and punishments.
Yeah. Rewards and punishments. Through rewards and punishments. Number 8. Number 8.
What are the components of operant conditioning?
Yeah. What are the components?
positive reinforcement,
Uh-uh.
reinforcement and punishment. Positive
අයියෙන්
punishment,
කියන්න දුව.
positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement.
components කිව්වා මෙහෙමයි ගන්න ඕනේ. Types of rewards and punishment. කොහොමද ගන්න ඕනේ? Types of rewards and punishment. What are the types of rewards and punishments? Positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, positive punishment, negative punishment. තව component එකක් අපි කතා කරා මොකක්ද?
Schedules of
Reinforcement
reinforcement.
schedules. What are the schedules? Continuous reinforcement, partial reinforcement. There are 4 partial reinforcements. මොනවද ඒ? Fixed ratio partial reinforcement, variable ratio partial reinforcement, fixed interval partial reinforcement, variable interval partial reinforcement. ඒ ටික ඔක්කොම කතා කරන්නට ඕනේ එතනදී. Okay, now next one. Underline the correct answer. Can you read that? Number 9. Number 9.
What is positive reinforcement?
Reinforcement. Okay. What is the
A.
correct answer? Can
what
A
is-
be the answer? No. Why? Unpleasant. Any consequence where something unpleasant is taken away. Taken away නම් positive වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද?
No, it should be
Bad.
negative.
එන එක නෙමෙයි. Any consequence where something pleasurable is added. Added කියන්නේ given. Any consequence where something pleasant is taken away. Any consequence where something pleasurable is added. කොකද හරියට?
B or D, madam?
Yeah, B
Madam,
and D the
B
same
and
thing,
D,
Putte, right?
same answer.
Yeah, you're correct. B and D the same thing, so B and D, right? It's a mistake. Very good. Complete the sentence, number 9. Complete the sentence. Reinforcement is applied for මොනවටද? Strengthening the good behavior. Strengthening the good behavior. And punishments are applied in weakening the bad, unfavorable behavior. Okay. Right. Underline the correct answer, number 10. 2 broad types of schedules of reinforcement are. 2 broad types. Reinforcement schedules are. මුලින්ම බෙදුවේ කොහොමද අපි? Steady and random, intrinsic and extrinsic, primary and secondary, continuous and intermittent. මේ දැන් කතා කරානේ අනේ මට පිස්සු හැදෙන්න එනවා.
Continuous and
Continuous and
intermittent.
Yeah. Intermittent ඒවා පහකට බෙදනවා. Okay? අයියෝ පාඩම් කරන්න ළමයි. Number 11. If we reinforce the desired response every time it occurs, we are using. If we reinforce the desired response every time it occurs, we are using.
Continuous. Continuous reinforcement.
Continuous reinforcement. Number 12. According to the behaviorist school, plays no role in learning. According to the behaviorist school, plays no role in learning. Experience, environment, nature, punishment. According to the behaviorist school, plays no role in learning.
Experience.
Nature, ne?
Nature.
But the experience can doing it over and over කියන එක අපි තියෙනවනේ.
No. Nature.
Habit formation. Right. Number 30. Giving a student extra homework after they misbehave in class is an example of. Giving a student extra homework after they misbehave in the class. එතන මේක වෙන්න ඕනේ reinforcement ද punishment ද? misbehavior එකක් ගැන කතා කරන්නේ.
punishment.
punishment. හරි.
Positive
එහෙනම්
punishment.
giving something.
Positive
punishment. Positive punishment. Number 14. Schedules of reinforcement are based on number of responses, while schedules of reinforcement are based on elapsed time.
C is the correct.
Ratio number of time.
A the B the C the D the.
C is correct, I think.
Which one put there?
C interval.
No. It has to be A. Fixed schedules of
schedule.
No, sorry. You're correct. I'm sorry. මුලින්ම එන්න ඕනේ ratio D එකයි හරි. D. Ratio and interval.
Intervals.
Yeah, very good. D. Write a classroom example of negative punishment. එතකොට punishment නම් ඔයා හිතනෝනේ bad behavior එකක්. Not doing homework. නම් එයාගෙන් remove කරන්න ඕනේ මොනවා හරි. එමනම් for the student not doing homework, you remove his interval time because they like interval time. No? You remove his interval time. That is negative punishment. Hari. Here, what do in Vygotsky's
More knowledge.
More knowledge other.
More knowledge.
other. Now, next one.
Sort of
Sort
proximal
of
development.
proximal
Development.
Very good. Number 17. What are the 4 steps involved in learning as per Bandura?
Work, earn, learn and live.
No. මං ඒ කිව්වේ අර ඒකට මම මේක අර ඔයගලන්ට ඇඩ්වයිස් කරන්න නේ ඒක ගත්තේ. What are the 4 steps involved in learning as per Bandura? Attention,
retention,
motivation,
production and motivation.
No. Attention,
Reproduction.
retention, reproduction and motivation. Okay. Right. What are the 3 basic models of observational learning as proposed by Bandura?
Live model.
Live model, verbal instructional model, symbolic model. Good. Next one. How does learning take place according to the following theories? Classical conditioning by Pavlov. කොහොමද learning සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ? Through the association of or through the bonding of මොකක්ද? Neutral stimulus with the unconditioned stimulus. හැමෝම කියන්නේ classical conditioning this learning happen through association or bonding of neutral stimulus with
Unconditioned.
next one, number 2. Operant conditioning by B.F. Skinner.
Learning through reward and punishment.
Very good. Rewards and punishments. Social learning theory by Bandura.
Observational learning.
Observation of models. Observational learning කියලා අපි කියන්නේ. Give a classroom example of classical conditioning. අපි ඒව කතා කරලා තියෙනවානේ. Name the 4 types of rewards and punishments. පුළුවන්. And give an example of one of the types. Provide classroom example for the following schedules of reinforcement proposed by Skinner. මේකක් තියෙනවා. Name 2 conditions. මේක ඔයාලට මම ඉගෙනුවේ නෑ too much නිසා. Name the 9 events of learning proposed by Gagny. That also yes, you can. So mama එවන් නම් ඒ questions ටික ඔයගොල්ලන් ගෙදරදී you can write answers. Am I right?
Okay.
Yeah. Very good. So now I'm once again looking at this one. Is it being shared? Right. Now we are looking at another important, actually it's not a learning theory as well, but it has something to do with learning. So we will look at that. So have you heard of Gardner's theory of multiple intelligence? Have you heard of? In your colleges of education, definitely that you might have written lesson plans also referring to Gardner's MI theory. Am I right? නැද්ද? බහුවිධි බුද්ධි න්‍යාය. බහුවිධි බුද්ධි න්‍යාය. So Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. Are you listening, Puta?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So අපි ඒකත් එක learning theory එකක් නෙමෙයි. හැබැයි අපි ඒකෙන් අපිට යනවා මේකෙන් connect වෙනවා learning styles වලට. Learning styles. Because of that, we learn it under learning theories. Learning, not learning theories, learning theory unit එක තමයි ඉගෙන ගන්න. Because according to Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences, right, we can identify different learning styles in the classroom. So if you can identify different learning styles in the classroom, you can actually cater to different learning styles. That's the purpose. That is why it comes under learning. Okay. It's not a learning theory, but based on MI theory, multiple intelligences theory, we වචන එවලම ඉගෙන ගන්න. Howard Gardner's MI theory, multiple intelligence theory. Based on that, we can identify different learning styles in the class. If the teacher knows different learning styles in the class, teacher can easily facilitate learning and by catering to different learning styles. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So according to Howard Gardner, right, we individuals possess 8 main types of intelligences. How many types of intelligences?
8.
8 main
Eight
types.
main types. He actually criticized the predecessors. ඒ කියන්නේ යාට ඉස්සෙල්ලා හිටපු අයව යා criticize කරා. Because they thought if you are good in language, if you are good in mathematics, but there are students. He looked at his own students in the university. He saw always the prizes go to those who are good in language and mathematics and logics. But those who are good in drama, those who are good in sports, those who are good in other aspects, they are never recognized. But they also have their own intelligences. So because of that, he proposed this multiple intelligences theory. And according to Howard Gardner, we all have 8 types of intelligences in us. What are those 8 types of intelligences? Are a typical දෙක තියෙනවා. මොනවාද typical දෙක? Linguistics or language related. Mathematical or logical. ඒ දෙක තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව there are another 6. What are the others? Spatial or visual intelligence, musical intelligence, naturalistic intelligence, kinesthetic intelligence, interpersonal intelligence, and intrapersonal intelligence. Then ඔහොම කිව්වට එක මතකින් නෑනේ අපි. Here you can see the 8 types of intelligences. Right? And he actually says those who are not good in mathematics or language or logic, there are those who are good in naturalistic, bodily kinesthetic, musical, intrapersonal, and interpersonal, and they also have their own intelligences, which is very rare actually. So because of that, this MI theory, that is recognizing your students for all the 8 types of intelligences without making it only language and maths. As in typical IQ tests, neither. IQ test එකක තියෙන්නේ මොනවද? Maths and language. Don't do that, Kela. He introduced in 1980s, right? He introduced 8 intelligences and it's been accepted and practiced across the globe. They believe that it's yes, right? එතකොට අපි බලමු මොනවද මේ intelligences කියලා. එතකොට එයා කියනවා we all have all these 8 intelligences. But we are strong in some of the intelligences. We are not so strong in the rest of the intelligences. But we have to this extent or that extent, we have all these 8 intelligences in us. So naturally, your students also, they have all these 8 intelligences. They are strong in some and they are not so strong in the rest. That is how it goes. As the teacher, what are their strong intelligences? What are their not so strong intelligences? Why? According to their strong intelligences, they have their learning styles. They have their learning styles. So, background is visual spatial intelligence. Ayo, please, background noise. Mute your mic, will you? Right. Visual spatial intelligence. What is visual spatial intelligence? You are good at visualizing. You're good at visualizing that intelligence. So I lack that. To tell you the truth, I lack that visual spatial intelligence. I'm not good at visualizing, right? I'm not good at directions. I'm not actually good at that. So here, people who are strong in visual spatial intelligence are good at visualizing things. These individuals are often good with directions as well as maps, charts, videos, and pictures. Okay? Characteristics of people with visual spatial intelligence. Read and write for enjoyment, but I'm actually doing that. Are good at putting puzzles together, interpret pictures, graphs, and charts, enjoy drawing, painting, and the visuals, recognize patterns easily. So if your student are very strong in visual spatial intelligence, they are actually visual learners. They are visual learners. Visual learners means they learn by reading, by looking at pictures, by watching videos, by drawing, by painting. They learn better, right? So those who are strong in visual spatial intelligence, they are visual learners. So you have a set of visual learners in your class. So they learn easily if actually you facilitate your learning, your teaching and learning through the use of maps, graphs, giving them reading materials and paintings and all that. Okay. So linguistic verbal intelligence. You're good with language, writing and speaking. You have the gift of the gap, right? Your words, language, writing, all these are very good. So normally these students, those who are good in linguistic verbal intelligence, they are visual and auditory learners, both. So they are visual and auditory learners. Logical mathematical intelligence. They are very logical in their thinking. They are very they can easily recognize patterns. They can play with numbers, relationships, and all that. Okay, and these students actually are logical in their thinking. Logical in their thinking. Okay, and then bodily kinesthetic intelligence. These students actually want to engage in bodily activities. They want to do dramas. They want to actually use tools and perform some tasks. They want to dance. They want to engage in sports and all that. So the physical control, performing art, using equipment, eye-hand coordination, they are very good at. Not that everyone is bodily kinesthetic intelligent, okay? And musical intelligence. They are good in their rhythms, patterns, and sounds, right? So if you actually have students with musical intelligence in the class, you can easily get them to learn by actually using rhythms, music, songs in the class. You're catering to their needs, right? Even maths can be taught using rhythms and sounds and all that. They will easily learn. And interpersonal intelligence. Interpersonal intelligence means you are good at dealing with other people, understanding and interacting with other people. So they are naturally very good friends. They can understand other emotions. They make friends. They are good in verbal and non-verbal communication. They understand our people. They are very high in their emotional intelligence. IQ, maths and language, EQ, emotional intelligence. So because of that, our natural leaders, that is also intelligence. Okay. Then intrapersonal intelligence. Intrapersonal intelligence means they are very reflective. They know thyself. They know why they are doing something. They know why, what made them to do something. They know whether what they did is right or wrong. They have a very good understanding about themselves. So these people actually become philosophers, writers, theorists, and scientists. And that is also a strength. Intrapersonal intelligence is not something that is very common. Normally, Buddha, Jesus Christ, saints, philosophers, they are very high in their intrapersonal intelligence, very reflective. They think, they do something after reflecting on that, and next time they will do it better because they have a very good understanding about themselves, right? Intrapersonal intelligence. Naturalistic intelligence, they can easily relate to the natural environment, animals, sky, the waterways, and all that. They take pleasure and they can easily understand, they can easily relate to nature. So these kind of intelligences are very rare. Not that everyone can easily understand the natural world. Okay, it's actually forced on them. But there are those who are born with that natural intelligence. Now, for example, if you take Madam Chandrika, okay, I don't like a politics, but if you take Chandrika Kumaranatunga, her son, Vimukti Kumaranatunga, he has 100% of naturalistic intelligence. He has been identified as somebody who has 100% of naturalistic intelligence. And he has done his PhD in serpent life. Serpent life. So all can't do that. There are some people, those who actually catch these serpents and keep them in their homes and all that, right? They have that naturalistic intelligence in them. That is why they can easily relate to it. They love looking at the sky and they understand the nature better than the others, animals and all. So naturalistic, so beautiful intelligence. If you are blessed with that, you are a happy individual, because happiness, ultimate happiness, everlasting happiness comes with your connection with with nature. Even Lord Buddha has said that. Even Jesus Christ has said that, but I'm unaware of the other two. I'm very sorry about it. But they have said long, everlasting happiness you get by being very close to nature, Kiara. So if you are blessed with this intelligence, or a happy individual. Okay. So in your class also, you have a mix of all these. Each and every child has all these 8 intelligences. They are strong in some and they are not so strong in the others. So if you can make use of their strong intelligences, you can facilitate learning and make them learn something very easily. You teach English, but somebody who is musically intelligent, if you present the grammar in a song, they will definitely learn it easily, right? If there is a kinesthetic learner, you can get them to role play it. Come in front of class, act it out. Language through kinesthetic intelligence. Likewise, today in the 21st century education, the teacher is supposed to know your students, individual differences. What are their in mind, right? Accordingly, how am I going to facilitate my teaching and learning process? So you might think, in a class, I have about 40, 50 students. How can I actually cater to all their needs, Kela? You might think. But according to psychologists, you can put all these into 4 components as VARK, V-R-A-K. V-R-A-K, learning styles. V-R-A-K. VARK model of learning කියලා. Right? VARK model of learning. V-A-R-K. So V-A-R-K learning styles. So all the 8, they put them into 4. VARK learning styles. So if you know your students, the strengths and weaknesses when it comes to MI. Have you ever tried this? I will send you a link. Do you know, now you can understand this, but do you know your students' MI? Do you know what they're strong in, what they're not so strong in? You have to know. In European context, that is the first thing that the teacher has to do. They have these computerized questionnaires, standards, according to the level of the student. Maybe primary now, it's a set of pictures. Okay, if it is an upper grade, that it's a set of questions. They answer, and accordingly that you get the results. What are their strong intelligences? What are the not so strong intelligence? And teacher has the records. So when you are actually catering to their individual needs, you will look at it. Are you listening, man?
Yes, madam.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, now the VARK learning style are ඔක්කොම intelligences common ව ගන්නවා 4 learning styles. Neil Fleming කියන කෙනා තමයි in 1987 did that based on MI theory. So here VARK learning style, there are 4 types. V for visual learning, pictures, movies, diagrams. Auditory learning, music, discussion, lectures. Listen and learn, right? Reading and writing, making list, reading textbooks, language people, linguistically intelligence, kinesthetic learning, movement, experiments, hands-on activities, bodily intelligence. So visual, auditory, reading and writing, and kinesthetic VARK model. So you have to cater to all the 4 in each and every lesson according to Fleming. If you are a good teacher, 1 lesson, you present the lesson, plan your lesson, catering to these 4 types: visual, auditory, reading and writing, and kinesthetic. Now you have to think how you're going to do that. I will give you a small example, but next time when you come, this is a must. You think of your own subject and think, look at my example I'm giving and how you're going to apply VARK model in teaching that. Then you can cater to all the intelligences, as they said, okay? VARK, visual learning. So you're going to shapes ගැන තියෙන lesson එකක් primary. It's about shapes. It's a mathematics lesson. So you can actually show them pictures of shapes. You're going to introduce 5 shapes, pictures of shapes, right? And then you can show them the picture and you can speak it out, right? You can say, what is this shape? This is a circle. What is this shape? This is a kind of a rectangle. And the visual and auditory දෙකම ගියා. Okay? And music make it යන්නේ. So if you want, you can get them to listen to a small poem and recite it at the outset. In that poem, all the shapes are mentioned, right? My mother brought me a like this and rectangle this and all that. So you get them to repeat. So it's an auditory, music තියෙනවා, speaking තියෙනවා, and all that, while showing them the shapes. And then reading and writing, making list, reading textbooks, taking notes. So you can get them to match the words and the shapes in the book. And if not, make a list of different objects under different shapes. You're going to get them to make a list. If they are too small to make a list, you can actually give them the names. They can actually categorize. That is reading and writing. Then kinesthetic learning may be, it's an action song. Or a music poem shapes, it's an action song. you action song එකක අපි කියනවානේ action song එකක් නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ act කරනවා. I'm a round table කියලා regular round table එකක් වගේ හදනවා and all that. So you all getting the kinesthetic learners also learning happily and facilitation. So that is how the work model is applied. But you can do a little bit of reading on internet and you can type the topic that you are going to teach and you are going to read, type it on internet. I want to teach water cycle using the WARC model catering to the 4 learning styles. Can you give me a plan? What's the plan? You can present it next time in the class. Got it?
Ma'am.
Every one of you? Every one of you?
Yes, ma'am.
අඩු ගානේ මේක කරගෙන එන්න ඕනේ. හරි? Okay then. You need only 5-10 minutes for that. It shows your interest in this. Okay? But it shows your interest. Take 5-10 minutes. Just find a topic and type on internet and see how to use WARC modeling teaching this. You get lots of ideas. If you are very smart, you can change it as you like. If not, the same thing can be presented. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Right. Then thank you very much. I'm also bored because you all are not actually responding. Right. Okay. Next time you all will actually listen to me and come with some example to be shared with the others. Okay. So thank you very much. Good night.
Okay, ma'am. Good night.
Okay.
you very
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.